Hey everybody, how you doing? Monday, Wednesday, we like to cool down with a little bit of variety. We've been churning through the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We are resuming our play of said Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And we are a little bit of the way through episode 4 of part 2, Twisted Karma and His Last Bow. Alright. Where the fuck are we going? I completely forgot where we were. I have remembered where we are. It's pretty loud. What the fuck? There we go. We're back. Hello, you two. Oh, it's Iris. Okay. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all. Huh? Oh my god! He has blue hair and pronouns. You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. The year is 2094. Mr. Hairlock Sholmes has become Mr. What? Hair stops holes. Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Them Lock Sholmes. Much better. Pray tell me, what of our warder friend? Have you garnered some new information? Oh, her Lock Sholmes. There we go. Oh, yes. Something very surprising, in fact. Though it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest. It most certainly isn't, but we discovered that... Oh, hi. Drop everything, Sholmes! This is more important. Gina? What's going on? Did someone get killed? I guarantee someone got killed. Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever. It's the boss! Oh, whoa, Greg! Oh! Oh, no. They just found his body! Oh, fuck! He was shot! Oh, my God. Go. Go. Yes. Yeah. Are you serious? Inspector Gregson he was really shot? I don't know how much about what happened myself yet. They're still there. Oh, we gotta go! Where did this take place? Fresno Street. Okay. The outskirts of town. Nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then. The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. How strange. The boss he was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but... Oh, man, come on! Oh, Jenny. Here we go. So who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? They got him already. Oh, fuck. That's suspicious. A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of it. Who is it? Uh-oh. It's someone important. I still can't believe it myself. Uh-oh. Oh. Van Zieks? What the fuck? What? No, he wouldn't do that. Hey, yeah. Go. Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? It's Beric Van Zieks the police have arrested. I saw him with me own eyes in the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. But there were witnesses, and they're all saying it was him. So you mean there were multiple witnesses? They heard the gunshot, apparently. Oh, fuck. And when our lot got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room. Fuck. There's no way. Go to prison. We gotta go to prison. We have to talk to him. You didn't do nothing. Taking a cab. Please come in all as soon as you can. You've got to help. Yeah, I mean, sure. It's a detective's lot to appear wherever some sinister plot is unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes. What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming? How could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson! Mr. Naruhodo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigation. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Certainly. Holy fuck. Bruno, Susie! I've called you a handsome. Oh, well, thank you. Prison, 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 prison. Beric? He really was arrested. He's sitting with his back to the wall reading something. Lord Van Zieks. Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be, with the last person on Earth I'd like to see. I thought we'd buried the hatchet. Why is he being such a bitch? I couldn't very well not come. We heard what happened, that Inspector Gregson was... Go home. This has nothing to do with you. I mean, it kind of does, right? Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please. There's really nothing I can tell you. Or were you just reading at the back of the cell there, asshole? The yard isn't quite so cavalier with this information as to share case details with a suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance. Oh, who might that be? Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Harebrain. Okay, I remember Albert Harebrain. And I would like to read my correspondence in peace. What is it you want to know? What's going on here? So, what happened? How much do you already know? None? We came right here? Yeah, I mean, then you're well informed. And there's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself. But the gunshot! Come on, you didn't fire the gun, right? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise. However, before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. Doesn't know what happened? What the fuck? If I might ask, what were you doing in that place? I don't need to answer that. After all, you're not representing me. Well, I mean, that is technically correct. I was like, you're not going to tell your lawyer... Oh, wait, okay, yeah. He is going to need a lawyer, though. Talk about your defense. Let's talk about your defense, yeah. Who's going to be representing you? Anyone other than you, I should imagine. Okay. Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as of yet? Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. But this is different. In my career, of all the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have been acquitted. Of them, 16 died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now. Surely not. I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole. But you didn't have anything to do with those deaths, right? Alright? It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth. Damn. Crazy shit going on here. It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper. Okay, good. Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean? Yes, so it seems. Your stooped little Nipponese friend, for example. Okay, asshole. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day. Yes, he's doing well. So Professor Hairbrain is back in Germany. He is. Okay. So, it appears our conversation has run dry. There was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. I was wondering, Lord Van Zieks, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me, do you? Well, we gotta pay rent. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure you would never have taken another's life. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly. It's a very gracious offer. However, I trust no one. Okay, well, is he gonna be his own defense? I would not advise that. Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese. Here we go. Please. I have no intention of engaging your services. Okay. Oh. I'd appreciate if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time. Okay, asshole. Okay, let's go to Fresno. Huh. Well, this is a bad part of town. So if this dust-ridden rented room is where it happened, then this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. But Gregson's not here to chase us away, so... Oi, what do you think you're doing here? Every one of them drawers has got to be taken right out so you can look underneath and all. I want the space above the ceiling checked. And don't forget... Oh my god, she's doing good. Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants people to adopt. Oh, hello. Oh, so you've turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself. Hello, Gina. Sholmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed that. He went prancing around in here, pointing at stuff and flicking that out of his, and then just scarpered. Oh, he's done, huh? Yeah, he didn't stop to say nothing to no one, not even me. Would you mind if we investigated? Listen, Odo. You're a lawyer, right? Yes. Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you? It had crossed my mind. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Zieks really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right, yeah? After all, court doesn't make mistakes. Alright, let's go, Gina. I like Gina a lot. She's cute. Let's, does she have anything to say to us? She does. Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know. Is what? Half a year since I got out of the clink. That's when I decided to give up me diving and become a detective instead. Oh yes, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he? Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. Turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the yard. Yes, because of the stories. They say he's managed to solve some really tricky case just like that. He did. Yep, and ever since then, he started going out on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are, apparently. Really? How interesting. What was the legendary inspector doing in a room like this? I know he'd had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all. And look where that landed him. Respect? In what way? Heard him say as much. I take my hat off to that fellow, were his words. Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, the boss said that's exactly why he respected the bloke. Okay. Said something else to me and all. I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, because he only goes after people what are bad. Did kind of set my mind at ease when he said that. Oh yeah, she, I forgot, is the only individual who still lives in the area and didn't get killed by the Reaper. Apparently, it's being rented by some cove called Huboon. Huboon? Huboon. I don't know. What is that? Huboon. Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever. Right, all the lads from the yard piled down to get stuck into the investigation. There's so little here, and no one know what to do with themselves. Huge Booner. That's it, thank you. I do wonder, well, could it be this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Gregson? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. Nice work, Suze. We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are? If you look around the room, you'll see there's a few things that hint at it. Okay, well, we will do that. I see that's where the poor inspector was found over there. Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet what did him in. Huh. Bullet went right through him and stuck the candle tree on the wall. I see. And the gun is there on the floor. It's a Reaper's in it, no denying that. How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big wide eyes. Only saying what I've heard. Some bigwig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him? Who? Huh? What? Fresno Street runs along under that window there. There were some street sellers outside who heard the gunshot. Those are the witnesses. Yeah, they've all been taken down to the yard for questioning, that's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here, after all. They'll be getting a grilling. Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves? I doubt it. Lads at the yard will want to know what you're snooping for, and you'll be up for a grilling and all. Fuck. We'll meet them in court. They're going to look stupid. They'll have some silly-ass name. We've all been there. Okay, so what's going on here? This is a photograph of... What the fuck? What's she doing here? Why would there be a picture of Miss Vigil in here? I'm very interested. I don't think I've ever been more stumped. Alright, let's try this. This looks like a notice board and covered in scraps of paper. It's an autopsy report and case notes. Prison... Oh, that's why they think that it's Gregson's room. The advertisement to the Redheaded League. Why? What's that doing here? Whoever occupied this room was interested for some reason. Okay. It's a fireplace. Thick with dust. Well, I guess let's look at the gun. This is presumably the murder weapon. It is a gun. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. There's only one way to know for sure. Fire a shot. No, that's not how it works. All right, let's take a look at the gun. I got a feeling that something's going on with that gun. Nope, it's the same thing. I mean, we should give this to, Zieks, probably. What's this little guy doing down here? It's a little model policeman. What the fuck? I'm looking at that shit, too. Something's off about that. Oh, he's just a little dude, I guess. Manhandled. Oh! A key. Oh. But not for a door. For a chastity cage. How interesting. Let's check out this. Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Funnily enough, neither can I. It's a wig. It's a hairpiece. A bright red hairpiece. Yes, of course. Okay, let's talk to, the officers. Excuse me. Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir. Okay, goodbye. How about you? You alright? If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard. Okay. Hope he's okay. The top one of the candles has been completely blown off. If a bullet had hit it, it would pass through the inspector's body. Oh, let's take a look at that as well. It does kind of look like it got blown off, I'm going to be honest. Kind of strange scenario here. Alright, huh. Well, not a lot else I think I guess we can talk to this asshole. Oh, Inspector! Oh, sir! Alright. Moving on. Let's head back to prison. Oh, I feel like we shouldn't be talking. Oh, we need to spend more time investigating here. Well, fuck you. Still some stuff. I do have plans to try the ROM hack, Deck Devil Yu-Gi-Oh! You should talk to Danny, though. I bet he would do it as part of his subathon. I feel like we've looked at everything. Hell else could we look at? This guy, and this guy, and this guy, and... the door, perhaps? No, nothing. Yeah, there's nothing left to look at. Fuck. Huh. Do you know anything about this? Need to spend a little more time investigating. Well, what the fuck? Why? Oh, the blood. Yes, that's probably important. Curled up in a ball, was he? Yeah. Alright, I guess we're going to Lord Chief Justice office. I do appreciate that Susato's role on that screen is to potentially stop an Ace Attorney memento from happening. You've made good time. I took an express train back to London. It better not be Dr. Hairbrain. Kazuma! I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork. It's Kazuma-sama. Ah, your timing is impeccable. It is? No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry. Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zieks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson. I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zieks for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective. Holy fuck! It's truly a regrettable situation. Tomorrow, the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable process. Does that mean the trial is tomorrow? Precisely. Don't tell me Kazuma is going to be... Oh, no. No! Kazuma! Ah, but of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Asogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings. Leading the prosecution. Wait, what? Kazuma? As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law. Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor? No, he never wanted to be a prosecutor. I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no, people all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey, and now the Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Quite so. The public want answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths. But Lord Van Zieks firmly denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. That's certainly true. Or it has been, at least, until now. No, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. Kazuma? That's right. But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart. Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. I've no doubt at all Kazuma will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. But why Kazuma-sama? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial. You asked for this? But why? It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, do you? Well, I was thinking about it, although the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation. I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented, quite exceptional, in fact. You are quite right, Miss Mikitoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as the judiciary closing remarks. That's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution. Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed. After practicing law in the land for so many months. Fuck. Kazuma, I had 50 days to learn how to be a lawyer. We noticed there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zieks? That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene. Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure. She told me to ask someone higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruhodo. Be direct. It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes, which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine. In that case, it could have belonged to the victim. No. Gregson had his gun on his person. What about Lord Van Zieks? He claims it's not in his possession. According to his story, he lost it. Fuck. Oh, come on. No, of course not. No. Why are you being such an asshole? Do we need to show him something? Do you know anything about this little guy? Said, are you sure you've asked everything you need to? But I feel like we have. I guess I'd... No. Strange. The candlestick, perhaps? No. I have to show him something. Oh. Apparently I'm just allowed to talk to Kazuma. Okay. I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be all right now. Has your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything. Including what I was coming here to do. Right? Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London. I'm so sorry for what's happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me, but there's something that won't return in the way it was before. What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. Okay, well, see ya. Who's gonna be his defense? Oh? Before you go, Ryunosuke. His theme is so good. What is it, Kazuma? I just wanted to thank you. Kazuma-sama, what? You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection. You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here. Oh? I actually have a favor to ask. Which is... This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me, as the defense counsel. I know you have what it takes. But Lord Van Zieks would never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. That's Lord Van Zieks and his brother, right? His, like, dead brother or something? It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. What I'm trying to say is, if you think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Okay. Why are you giving me this? Hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over. Kazuma. What the fuck is going on? Lord Van Zieks is still reading that letter. Damn, long-ass letter, huh? I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese. He's still racist after all these years? Always. I didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time. Yes, we heard your trial is set for tomorrow. Which is none of your business. So have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. Okay, cracker. It's just like, start insulting him. The prosecutor for your trial has been decided. I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is. It's Kazuma Asogi. Ugh. Look at him. Yes, of the professor fame. Well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. Okay. 10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. Okay, we figured that out already. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi. Genshin Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father. So what cruel twist of fate is this now? 10 years later, the man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court. I don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the outset. But what could he have been hoping to achieve? And let's not forget it was only 8 days ago Kazuma recovered from amnesia. Why would Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? Asogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you Nipponese. Jesus Christ, man. How many times is this? Come on, I get it. You're racist. Oh, don't make me click the Nipponese bane. The Nipponese bane. The Empire rises, Batman. I'd only just been appointed to a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer. The so-called professor. Assigned to the investigation as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. Genshin Asogi. Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong. Oh. How awful. To avenge my brother, I prosecuted in Asogi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented. What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor? The man in charge of the professor case inquiry. Lord Mail Strongheart. Interesting. He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I've felt indebted. I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor. Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? A second Japanese person. as a lawyer. Well, you know, I didn't really come over as a lawyer. I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom, your deep loathing of the Japanese. I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years, that hatred had festered inside of me. I could no longer control it. I can understand why. But you're not allowed to be racist. That's not... But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Kazuma Asogi I am the bane of his. The Reaper who sent his father to the gallows. I don't know. It seems kind of justified, right? He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. I think you have misread the situation. Gregson's transfer to the Paris police prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month, but he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. No, yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that. I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean. It's the first time I've ever encountered it. Oh. The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard. Ba-dum! Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba! Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself, by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made. After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. Why is that surprising? Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. And my brother was, of course, a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death. So you had great confidence in the inspector's abilities. And if it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life. I don't have confidence in anyone. Okay, alright, we get it. And I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. I've no doubt he thought of me as the ominous Reaper like the rest of London. They were gay! Okay, let's talk about the gun real quick. Is this your fucking gun? That's not mine. Really? Common opinion seems to be that it is. What do you expect me to say to that? Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm. As embarrassing as it is, I'm afraid it's true. When did you lose it? That I don't know. Oh. I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps. It's not on your person? You have something in common with Lord Van Zieks after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. Okay, alright. Don't make the mistake of associating me with this neep... Okay, Jesus Christ, we get it, you're racist. Rift is very wide, isn't it? Okay, well... Time to use our amazing tool. Check out this fucking picture. Magnifying glass. Ugh. Look how happy he looks. It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Is the man on the left there? Yes, that's my brother, Clint. Okay. Apparently this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know. Were you aware of that? Respect? That's nonsense! No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gina Lestrade, no less. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time when things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you. Well, see ya. Mr. Naruhodo, Oh, don't make me beg. Yes? I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. I'll join the fucking club, pal. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. We have kind of 2v1 like 4 consecutive cases. Lord Van Zieks. From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here is a loathsome Nipponese who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only 2 other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Asogi. Crazy. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me. This one? I used to be happy. Back then, I was able to laugh. It really is that. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. I look to the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. Oh. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for... Of course I will! Of course I will! Of course I will! It would be an honor. Holy shit. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo. Then my life is in your hands. Oh my god. God damn, dude. That must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask, which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow in the Old Bailey against my old friend Kazuma. Holy moly. What a start. Oh my god. Oh. They're just so touching. I don't know, man. I mean, the writing in these is just so fun, and it's so you know, it's so jovial, but it really is touching. It's okay. And unfortunately, we now have to leave. Good night, everyone. We are playing a little bit of Ace Attorney. We like to cool down Mondays and Wednesdays with a little bit of non-Yu-Gi-Oh action. And for those of you that are returning to Ace Attorney, remember the position we are currently in. We will be representing our old rival, Lord Van Zieks, the racistest man who ever lived, in a duel to the death against our friend who we thought was dead. We have no idea what is going on here, really. Van Zieks is being dragged here not only on suspicion of murder, but also on general suspicion of being the Reaper of the Bailey, an individual who will kill those who are found innocent in cases he prosecutes. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details. However, you already said that. Understand no... Oh? No jury? That's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. Why are we using a closed court? Oh, hey, dude. Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes. Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree. It's back to gray. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your hair problem. Ha! What to one man is a little hair problem, is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. Okay, well, sorry you're shitting out of your doo-doo ass. I'm afraid you have only yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And you. I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What an honor. And that would be your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes, come on. After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind. My own! What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Oh, God. Sorry to barge in. Oh, these two. Yes. Gina! A morning band. What the fuck is a morning band? Father. But father... It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. Jesus Christ. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Why is she here? Odo. Oh, huh. Yes, yes. Why do you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on? I don't fucking know. This Reaper bloke? Everyone says it was... yeah, well, I know, but, you know... I'm a defense attorney. I'm sorry, Gina. But I just don't believe that. Well, if it weren't him, who was it? Okay, well, that's what we're in the trial for. I don't know that yet. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him what killed the boss, then God help him. Fiery eyes indeed. Weird. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. Eh? At least that may be some solace to the deceased. Please, Odo. Get whoever did this for the boss. Alright. I don't care. I ain't feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you've got to find out who's done it and make the wretch pay. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please. All right, here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Van Zieks. All right, here we go. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. Let's go, baby. Let's fucking make it happen. And whatever truth is revealed, you bet your ass this fruity fucker is gonna be at the center of it. 2nd November, 9:20 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Okay, there is no jury. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct the fair and just trial of the defendant, Barak Van Zieks. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Okay, asshole, fuck off. Why are you being like this? But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind this scourge. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. The truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial. Fuck. The Queen. How will that work, my lord? There's guys behind me.
The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the juror's bench shall remain vacant today.
That sucks for me, because I am good in front of a jury. If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? Good question.
There are members of the judiciary here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial.
Members of the judiciary? Oh my, this is very unusual.
There's of course another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsel for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain.
Okay. You can... Yeah, that's true. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain this is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma?
Very well. Let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on 1st November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street in the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property.
Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to the court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago.
The Professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us, too. There were a number of witnesses. I have here a plan of the room. Okay. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly.
How has the range been determined?
There were scorch marks around the entry wound. How many times have we heard scorch marks? The gunpowder used to fire the bullet, but powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. Yeah.
I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, counsel.
Okay. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim.
Have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm?
No. Not conclusively. Bravo, Kazuma-sama, for not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There's a candelabrum mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles was found to have been blown off by the projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? We did. Yes, that's right.
Thank you for the thorough report, counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please.
As you wish, my lord.
Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode?
No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. But there is precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or another. When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witness and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside holding the revolver. Okay. Fine. That's fine. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
Barrick Van Zieks, Old Bailey prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Zieks, that you heard Prosecutor Asogi's opening précis.
I did.
It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this?
Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question. And what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth.
Okay. I must say, Lord Van Zieks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. Your formal testimony, then, witness.
I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside, and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. This is not particularly interesting testimony. It was. So you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants, and moments later a corpse appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right, you haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words. Prosecutor Asogi. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word. It's laughable. What the fuck? Why is he being an asshole? Very well, then. Counsel, your witness. Here we go. I mean, I guess I'll press him on it. Fucking, what do you want me to say? You were investigating the inspector. What for? I'm not at liberty to say. Well, now this has gotten a lot more interesting. Sorry. I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Is the court to understand, then, that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene? No. I was privy to his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zieks? I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you were investigating the victim, and yet you refused to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Jesus Christ! Kazuma, you're killing us here! Hold it. Have you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learnt of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m., the sun would only just have gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. Well, that's a problem because that's where the candelabra is. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain. There is indeed a small oil lamp. It's literally the exact sentence he said. Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I guess I can present the candelabra on that. So who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there? Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence. Ugh. Then could it be... the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's out of the question. Oh, okay, well, we tried. Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. Could you please help me out here, asshole? And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor? Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. Presumably, then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm you hastily took into your hands. In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder.
Oh man, we're back to the slap! But where on earth is the gun that was fired?
Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I, too, would dearly like to know that.
Well then what? Oh my god.
Just as I... Oh my god. A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume? That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street.
Who are these merchants?
A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot, and without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. Yeah, they did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process. But you're supposed to be the Reaper. The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. Fuck. Press on this too, I guess. What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly there it was. What? I'm confused. At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first, nothing more. What the fuck? After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. Most curious indeed. Yeah, tell me about it. How the inspector was killed or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea. The body was transported through instantaneous kinesis. True! Surely the court has heard enough. What? We're one cross-ex in. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Barak Van Zieks, is lying on multiple fronts. What?
Good gracious, counsel!
Oh my god. Let me crank this shit. The defendant is lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. As proven by the... Oh shit, I was gonna do this! How does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact.
One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle.
The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly a different length.
Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long.
We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. That must be because the particular candle was extinguished while the others were still burning. Ah! That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out, but the other two candles would still have been burning. So the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum, and the accused claim that he couldn't see the body is clearly contradicted by those facts. Ugh. And now to the next lie. There's a second one. Oh my god! Same page, buddy. We were sharing the same brain cell. The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered in top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right. We saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago, the Professor case. And there was a common thread linking all of the documents on that board.
Indeed? What is this common thread?
Kills by the Reaper. They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Barrick Van Zieks. All of them? And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted.
I'm literally just writing it in my head as it happens. Good Lord!
Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because of all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Ugh. Oh no. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. Okay, certainly I do not think that is the case. And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout. Make a lot of assumptions here, asshole. We've been looking at this backwards.
Backwards? Explain, counsel.
Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. This is insane conjecture. We can beat this. I know this is meant to be a huge revelation. This is completely beatable.
Very well. I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Barrick Van Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with come on.
All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Kazuma's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case, and it's formidable.
You will submit to the board that you just showed the court as evidence, believed to be fruitful in establishing the facts.
Thank you, my lord. Well, I know that it said it was, a secret, but I mean, we could just look at it. Oh, damn it. No, we can't. Oh, man. The Redheaded League advertisement. Red hairpiece at the scene. Anything else here? Oh, hello. What's this? Mr. Naruhodo, look. A smudge that looks like a bloody handprint. Okay. I feel good about this piece of evidence. Jesus, here come the witnesses. Alright, what are we working with? Don't bow, dude. That did not go well. Who are the... Oh my... It's this guy! State your names and occupations for the court.
Oh, no. Whoa. No. Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of us.
We're just free and easy. Sell what we like, live where we want to live. I know this guy. Wait, hold up. This guy isn't a free spirit. I know exactly who this is. This motherfucker lost his job.
Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street? Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by, you know.
Jaunty little tidbits?
Got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your ginnel it is. 6 is the price and not a penny less.
For what? You're trying to sell it to me now?
Come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested.
Try the man. Yeah, okay.
Pay the man, counsel.
All right, fine.
You won't regret it, sir.
Now, got your listening ears on? I'm ready. Just between us, a young couple on Slate Street have just had twins. Okay. Is that it? No, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? It wants to spread. But that bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. I've got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6 pence apiece it is, if you're curious. I'm good, actually. What's going on there? What about the next witness, then? What name do you go by and what do you sell? Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? Oh my god, she sells bombs. That is pretty fun. Do they sell? Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that if they get 100, they could... Oh my god, whoa, hold up.
Not the most savory of ideas, young lady.
What do you say then, eh? Want to part with 6 pence for a pup? No. Could I? Try the woman. Give her money and see if she's right.
Pay the woman, counsel. No!
Why are we buying these? Oh. No, we're not buying that one. Okay, I know this guy. I'm a thinker, me. Think all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. Because I stand there on the street, watching the world go on about me. They call me the Observator. Everyone calls you Sandwich, and you know it. You don't sell anything? A problem shared is a problem have, they say. I give advice, I do. And think what it means. I don't actually sell anything, no, come to think of it. Pity. No more purchases today, please.
Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems.
They conduct their businesses on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene.
I see. And thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose.
Not only that, they bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witnessed the fucking hell. Oh, these three are just a treat. I do not like this guy. Holy shit, he's gross. We saw the whole thing from start to finish. We did everything from the moment they went in the building. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang. It seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what happened. I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared after death, me, so I ran off to find a copper. That's it. If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused. Fuck, alright. I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. And just between us, folk love stories like this. I made myself a tidy sum already. But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All those flats on Fresno Street are on... What the fuck? Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. We know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone. Fuck. Hey. Let's not jump to any conclusions here. Thank you for your candor, my lord.
Counsel for the defense. It's cross-ex time.
All right, let's make it happen. God, what a gross fucking whip. We saw the whole thing from start to finish. We did everything from the moment they went into the building. All right, asshole. Oh, whoa. Slow down there, buddy.
Hold it!
When you say they, what does they mean? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Zieks? I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. Can you stop doing that shit? That is fucking gross, dude. I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in last, that's for sure and certain. Just behind Inspector Gregson? Did they arrive at the same time as each other? No, not at all. Stop doing that, man. The first fella must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard the gunshot. The victim arrived 15 minutes before? Are you sure about that? Am I sure? Am I sure? Does it seem likely I'd have forgotten a fella with bright red hair? Yeah, his hair really were red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even. That fiery red mop still burnt on the inside of my eyelids, it is. Wait a minute. You're saying the man was a redhead? Weren't you listening, chum? Oh, he was a redhead, and he had a big trunk with him as well. Gregson doesn't have hair. Oh, fuck. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Just have a look at the photograph of the victim taken at the crime scene. Why is Gregson wearing a fucking wig? Where's the trunk? I was informed no trunk was found at the scene. Interesting. What, you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do you? We definitely saw him in the dock going in, though. No question about that. Okay. It was less... Okay, let's listen to the Big Bang. You're saying that math and science and history will unravel this mystery? I sell these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I've always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it? And you say you've heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant enter the building. That's right. It was almost straight away. Bang, it went just like that. Oh, stop touching your fucking lip. Well, he's the Reaper, ain't he? It's what the French call a fait accompli. When the Reaper's around, people are going in the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it? I think we get the message. The Reaper couldn't allow the inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There can be no clearer motive for the crime. Yeah, that's a good point. Great. And at that point, you ran inside. Is that correct? As it seems to me that... Okay, this talk to Sandwich. So, when Gossip ran in to see what had happened, did you go too? Well, me, I'm a bit hampered, see? All the signs are that I can't move very well. You were away behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around your neck and that big sign in your hand. What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before? But I'm not anybody, me. The signs are what make me who I am now. No, we definitely have. You weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago, then? I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruhodo. So I agree, he's clearly been through a lot. Turn down King Henry Street and the Black Widower's Arms is just there. Oh dear, you made him hide behind his sign. Oh, Jesus.
Hold it!
So then you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that correct? That I was! Scott the was! Kicked over the door like a professional I did and yelled, "What's going off here?" Lord Van Zieks claims all he heard was a man's scream, though. And was it dark inside the room? No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall. Really? And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing I noticed when I got inside. Ah, I see. The next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body. The accused, Beric Van Zieks. That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no lily-livered coward. I stood my ground. Oh, hold up.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, bitch. Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am, just 2 slices with no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me. I think that maybe you remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean. What I think is, we're all nothings, really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're just street sellers. That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich. When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside. That's it. Oh, you rotten beggar! I told you to keep that a secret. He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on all 4s. That's all I've wanted to say. Mr. Gossip, is this true? The floor was dead slippery, that's why. Planted me hand in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck! Really? But listen here. Even when I was sprawled out on the floor, I kept giving that Reaper a cold hard stare, and don't you forget it. Let's go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand? I did, I? Happens to the best of us at times, don't it? So I was scared. I slipped over. We can keep it just between us, can we? No, Mr. Gossip. Put it in the fucking testimony because I'm going to show you your dumbass bloody handprint. I quickly wiped it off on the floor. Are you sure about that? Dumb fuck. If it's on the floor, why didn't you wipe it on this?
Objection.
So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that? Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Doesn't really matter. Oh. The police have found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? Ooh, Kazuma. Surely you think I have learned nothing. If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint in blood left very cleanly at the scene. On the back of this notice board. Ah! Ah, yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint in the distinctive color of blood. Ah, you're dead right. That's my right hand. I'd know it anywhere.
Objection.
Objection. He's got the Von Karma objection. The witness very definitively testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant. Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim and in an upright position. Even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body. I fell over when I came across the body, so I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. No! That means your set of facts is problematic. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. I take it you formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel. Hardly. Regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account of the handprint found at the scene. I have, my lord. The discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprints is explained by the board moving. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down. Good gracious, so it is! If the witness had to put his hand against the board, the fingers should be pointing upwards. What does that tell us? It tells one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board was lying on the floor. Which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. Yes, man.
Objection.
Objection! You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting. Then tell the court who. Fucking hell, I don't know. The point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point.
And that would be?
The position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord. Absolutely, I'll point to it. Probably like right around here.
Take that!
This is the only possible location.
Adjacent to the doorway.
If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark and he couldn't see the body because the board was blocking it. Baik! If the notice board had been here, the body would have been hidden from view, and the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker. Objection! But the accused also claims that the victim's body appeared before him. That's true. Or, in his precise words, just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then the body appeared before me. Knocked it over. I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. Because it was me that kicked the door open. If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would happen if you kicked the door open with force. That can't... The door struck the notice board, knocking it over and making the victim's body visible.
Good gracious!
My client has told nothing but the truth. He has described what he saw.
Ugh! Order, order! Counsel, how has this not come to light before now?
After the incident, someone must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleague found it when investigating the room.
Witness, what have you to say for yourself?
What? Me, my lord? You and your fellows were there at the scene before anyone else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board. New testimony, baby. And unfortunately, that is where we are going to call it for tonight. As I said, I had somewhere to be at 11. Man, I wish I could play this one out for you. I'm so sorry. When we last left our heroes, we were partway through the first day of this very strange trial. Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life.
It was that Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored.
I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot.
Okay, so here's what we've learned here so far. Is that, there is a blood-stained hand on the back of a tile board, which explains my client, Barrick Van Zieks' terrible-ass story about how he saw the murder. However, we can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened, can't we? That's right, yeah. It don't pay to expect too much.
It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. That's what I think.
Do you? Really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. Okay, that is something that is basically conjecture, because now we know that the body was hidden. In short, the only person who could have possibly committed the crime is Barrick Van Zieks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact.
Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to...
Yeah, oh yeah, we do. Despite the circumstances.
Very well. You may proceed, counsel.
What if you were just like, no, dude, I'm not going to cross-ex. That lip was fucking gross. I don't know anything about that damn notice board. Hold it, you bitch. So you admit it was this board you wiped your bloody hand on. Admit it? What's to admit? It's that plain as day for all to see. A smashing print of my right hand. Okay. Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint. So you righted the notice board and pushed it to the corner, didn't you? No, imagine the weight of that great lump. Do I look like a powerful, well-nurtured man? Well, did you see anybody else moving the board? I've got nerves of steel, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. There was a body on the floor in front of me, and the Grim Reaper himself standing over it. And there was precious little light inside either. My bottom lip was all a quiver. Ugh. In other words, this witness is unable to give definitive testimony on that point.
Yes. So it would seem.
God, what a banger of a song. Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. Fuck you. Talk about some second years. You were selling fireworks to second years? Yeah, what else? There's the Priory School just round the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow their school to kingdom come. So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to. Oh? Yeah, wouldn't want anyone to get hurt. So I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to buy more. Everybody's happy, you see? I see it. And sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life selling explosives.
Venus is a guileful goddess indeed.
Well, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. Hold.
Excuse me.
You little sandwich man. Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich?
If I said I was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it?
No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Philosophical thoughts? Deep philosophical thoughts?
Let's say there was a great liar. And the great liar said, without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of hers be a lie too, or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one. Don't you think? I don't care at all. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you? What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. That'll give you something to tremble about.
You have a startlingly disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady.
God forbid women do anything. So Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich?
Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Can you elaborate, please, sir?
Old Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshots seemed to come from, but there was... Oh!
That's right.
That rotten liar over there!
Oh?
Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all?
What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I? Okay. Death penalty. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch?
So you did indeed... Oh. Visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief!
Well, now you come to mention it. I suppose perhaps I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah? Either you clearly remember it or you don't.
Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurious act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
Death penalty. Maybe I did sneak along and have a little peek into the room where it all happened. Well, tell me about it, asshole. You make a habit of lying, don't you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I'd take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. Alright, but you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Oh, please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying. The truth, please. Well, all right, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know.
Did you touch anything at the scene?
Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor.
The truth, please.
Thank you, Kazuma. Well, all right, just a bit then. I had a look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once-over, but it was nothing to write home about.
Right.
Now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you? Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Okay, come on. Well, all right then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flippin' thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing. Jesus. You're telling us you did move the board? I think that did slip out, didn't it?
What? You daft barn pot!
Why are they lying?
Oh, I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think.
So did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps, to sell? Oh, please, I should be so oh my god! I might have found this old pocket watch underneath the notice board, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can't be worth much. Oh my god! So it was you, was it? You're the one what took it! Gina, what are you doing here?
Young lady, may I remind you where you are?
Kill her, Gina. That watch there? That was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case he solved 10 years ago. Me when 10 years ago. 10 years ago! The boss used to wind up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. I see. I swiped it off him once and blimey was he upset. He gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polish it and winded it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. I bet he was polishing it and winding it for another reason. It's a secret compartment. It's not all that, though. I took it to Jabs's, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. See? Something's going on with this watch. I knew I should have lifted it. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. Just as long as you promise to give it back when we're done. Oh, you're gonna get it back, all right.
That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith.
All right.
Good Lord! The glass appears to be broken.
More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot. It don't tick anymore either.
Brr.
Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Do we have the autopsy record?
Is there not a fucking time on this? Time of death. Just not reported. Exactly when the gunshot was heard then. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course. Alright, let's fuck with that thing. Oh, shut up. Kazuma, you don't know what you're fucking talking about. Oh, that's interesting. Strange for a winder. We do actually have the key, don't we? And then this is the... Where the hell was that stupid thing? This! Where is it? There we go. Miss Susato, do you think this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch? Alright, let's go. Oh. Does it wind it? It does. I knew it. A perfect fit. And look, the inspector's watch has started going again, so it's not broken. It's just unwound. If the watch isn't broken, I have a feeling it could have profound implications. How interesting. Why did you just do that? Shut up! I'm allowed to mess with evidence. Fuck you!
Ugh. Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel.
Objection!
Did he die then, you stinking ass sandwich man? I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Oh! At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key. And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which the case has been built. Ugh!
Order! But counsel, the watch was stopped at almost exactly 5.
Yeah, which is just when we heard the gunshot. It is exactly the hour. The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence it happened at 5. Objection! I love his objection. Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here heard the gunshot at 5. So that's obviously when the crime was committed. Oh, hold. No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said moments ago. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail while he was waiting for his grub to come down at the pub. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening in question as well.
Yes, that would be entirely reasonable.
But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Well, how do you explain it then? This watch has some secrets in it. When the gunshot rang out in the room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can mean? What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it down every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead.
Order! Counsel, this is a most extraordinary claim.
Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd! You claim he was already dead the night before? Do you really? Oh, do not ask me to produce proof! Well, on that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not reported. That's right! Wait a minute! You're forgetting my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in. Well, what do you mean? Like I said, I planted my hand in a dirty grey puddle of blood. Yes, so the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh. He catches on fast, doesn't he? Well, cold. But that blood could be explained any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards.
Objection!
Could have been poured over the... Does my learned friend think that... Oh, you've been spending too much time with that barrack. Fresh blood is available on every street corner. Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human.
The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities.
So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. It's certainly a possibility it wasn't the inspectors at all. We actually do have a guy who can tell whose blood it is. Get that motherfucker in here. Get that fruity-ass rumpus room in here. But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it, though? We literally just spent 5 minutes establishing that it isn't. Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, and it isn't beyond the realm of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot. Oh, please, what are you trying to say? Us lot know what we heard, and it was a loud bang that came from that there room.
Now, you listen to me. A street seller's ears are his livelihood.
I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise. Eh?
Explain yourself then, counsel.
Well, I mean, obviously, it could have been made with the fucking ass firecrackers. Well, the culprit could have used something like this, for example.
Oh, really? A demonstration is in order then, I feel.
Yes, please. Show the court how you could... What? Is that wrong? Light it on fire. What? It wasn't the... Oh my god. A gunshot! I guess technically it could have been the board falling over, right? Just do a little save coming. I mean, we don't have anything else that could make a gunshot. I mean, the gun could have made the gunshot.
Take that!
That's why we save scum, folks. What the fuck? What could have made a gunshot? We should have looked at that earlier. Nothing. I mean, the gun. Already looked at this pretty extensively. It's got to be these. But it isn't. It's the John Wick. Are you fucking with me? I was correct. I just had to wait for it to update. Fucking hell. Fuck off, you stinking ass cracker. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot.
Good gracious! The very fireworks that are sold by the witness.
Now hold on a minute. Are you saying I did it? No. My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway, see? Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot. Ah! You're trying to suggest that somebody set off a firework at the scene. I'm suggesting someone knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear. But even the accused himself has testified he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Barrick Van Zieks. One whiff of a match and my firecrackers go pop. See? It's why people like them.
I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Objection.
Okay, shut up. Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned a very useful invention indeed. Something called, a time bomb. Oh? Is our good friend returning?
Good heavens! A bomb?
Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No. Wait. It's the whenever you like part that's important. A timed device. Yes, a timed device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left.
Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence.
Oh my fucking god. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a timed device was employed to create the gunshot sound? I don't have any. I have none at all. I'm literally just fucking floundering. Fuck. The watch? Well, the watch, I mean, it would be at the right time otherwise. I truly have no idea. Oh, okay, there actually is... Oh, God, it's really convoluted. First, let's just try the watch. That's the easy answer.
Take that!
I think so, my lord, but it's becoming increasingly clear we've all been very misguided here. Okay, thank God. Yes, by you. What? Oh, no, okay, that wasn't it. Okay. So... Oh, it's so convoluted.
Take that!
It's so convoluted. I don't even know how I'm going to explain it to these people by showing off evidence. Is there anything in here we need to see? No.
Take that!
No. Hey, last shot on this.
Take that!
Oh. Damn, I don't know how to do this. Can you explain it to us? Okay, so what I'm trying to say is it had to be a time delay device because he's got the red wig for the red hair stupid thing that happened a couple of days earlier. He wouldn't still be walking around with the red hair, right? I don't know. I don't have any other evidence, really. Oh, but this also works.
Take that!
As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off.
Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim.
I don't think that's possible, my lord. How does that explain how it was done? I was just trying to explain that it was done, not how it was done. Not possible. Why? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle.
There are? Goodness, yes. But is it not the case there was scorching on the victim around the bullet entry?
That's right, there was, but as we heard earlier, scorching only occurs when the target is at very close range, centimeters from the gun. Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks. How can that be, eh? The fact that there's such a visible scorching on the candle suggests the fireworks might have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. The culprit attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. Yup. After the killer had left the scene, the candle burnt down along with the other two, until eventually reignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud bang. Oh my god. This is insane. I'm really reaching here. And that is how 3 witnesses came to believe they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock.
Well, what a plot. And this implies the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe. The previous day, even.
Now, just hold your horses. All us lot saw the victim going into the building, remember? Oh, yeah. Hold. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Ah! Obviously, anyone can wear a wig. So the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely wearing a red hairpiece.
Someone else? Do you mean to say...
It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer.
Ooh. Oh! Oh, is that the Kazuma von Karma song? Ooh!
Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of a time of death in this report. A stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired.
Holy! Oh, whoa, buddy! Order! Prosecutor Asogi, what on earth do you mean by that statement?
I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked.
Huh?
The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopped watch is conjecture. But, while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it.
Well, certainly I would agree with you.
And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing? And where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know?
I do.
The inspector carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within the yard.
Even within the yard?
However, considering the events we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend? I do have a feeling about what case he might be investigating. Yes, I agree, surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. It's the disappearance of Mr. Vigil, right? How do we do this?
Take that!
God damn it. That is what he was investigating, but we have to it was in the room.
Take that!
There's one more piece that also does this. Fucking hell.
Take that!
What? He wasn't investigating this? There was just a random picture of this woman? Okay, well then what was he investigating? The red-haired hasty horse case.
Take that!
Yeah, sure. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation.
Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable.
Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd, except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Redheaded League.
The Redheaded League?
So, You'd already worked it out.
What on earth is this all about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen?
The Redheaded League is currently under investigation for a grand deception.
A deception of what nature, Counsel?
They've been targeting redheaded men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact.
My lord,
The defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once.
2 redheads?
Oh my god. Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Redheaded League using this hairpiece, so it's very likely he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible such contact led to more serious events.
I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored.
Alright, we did it. Get him in, get him in. At once, my lord.
Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess.
Oh, this is a good place to stop, but I still have some time. I want to keep going. Oh my god, it's still part 1 of the trial? Fucking hell. Oh, there you are, Odo. What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Gina. You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes, but I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question. Oh dear, if it was deliberate, it puts me in the mind of the last case we worked on, with Dr. Scythe. True. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zieks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Haired League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No, no, no. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. That's right, Zeus. It was me what took 'em in. Thanks to a tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. Okay. Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Redhead League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Don't tar him with the same brush as you, Sholmes. Yes, well, then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zieks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zieks, and Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. I'm interested too. All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial, and he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Are you ready then, Miss Susato? Yes. Alright, well, hi. My lord.
Have you summoned the witnesses as requested?
Yes, the 2 members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage.
Very good. Bailiff, usher the 2 men into the courtroom.
How did she get spaghetti? I am Fabien de Rousseau. a descendant of the great Rousseau family from Nice, en France.
And my name is Peppino de Rossi. I am the third son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli.
The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduate from TGAAC are the future leaders of Europe. But do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Alors, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells of my brain. That is all I am trying to do. So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oui. You could say that.
Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideals, but the pretty plans. This strange combination is the charm of the hilarious brothers. See, capo?
Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you.
Eh? Che? Are you about to tell me of one of your grandi anecdotes? Evviva!
Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business.
Che bello! There it is, the capo's trump card, the furrowed brow. It is deep, capo, the furrow and the meaning of your words. The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Redheaded League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true?
Oui, c'est ça.
And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud?
Alors, I will explain it.
No, capo, leave it to me. As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. The capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Trevi fountain. Way, those dogs! One day the world will respect us redheads. Every night he would bury his head in his...
Okay, c'est bien, Peppino. Enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. I'm doing the girl looking at the radioactive honey. It is dangereux. It will be used for war. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw the notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Redheaded League. Oui, c'est ça. I am honored that you have seen it. It states the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, redheaded hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement, and from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with this money, to France. It was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anyone was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk like a coaster's orange barrow. And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face-to-face with every single person present that day. Oui, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life. See, and now every time I see the capo's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry? The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about the trial. They've only been shown this photograph.
Very good.
Okay. Of course. We are always ready to help with the law. These two are so good. We had more than 1,000 redheaded people assemble in the park on Lion Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph. I, Capo? No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now, but I assure you he was not in the park. Allora, this victim is nothing to do with us. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. Well, let's press on that. Oui, I am quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise. Uffa! With this attitude, we get to nowhere. He's really sulking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. Records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. Reads Lime Street Redheaded League undercover. Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar... no. That is ridiculous. There's no question Inspector Gregson was investigating the League, which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed. The defense may proceed with the cross-examination now. Ah, yes, my lord. Cross-examination of what? This is like a nothing piece of testimony. It has nothing to do with us. Okay, I like this one at the end.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? A cavallo, you promised not to say aye, capo? After we had taken all the money that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunkirk to my companion. But he bought them for the wrong day. Both! I have no sympathy for you. We were an all day late for the boat because of your stupidity. And it's only because of this that the so-called great red-headed detective caught us. Capo, you know what I think? This is the work of God. Is a holy punishment, eh? Peppino, for the last time. This is not only punishment. This is only your fault. Ah! Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You are making me sick with anger. Maybe I make a mistake, but when it is time to eat the pasta, no one is a faster. Then I've seen the evidence. Yes, it is on there. It's, I think, 3 behind. I think it's in the one that's called, They're Eating the Cats. Alright, let's keep pressing.
Hold it!
1,000 people? It was quite a spectacle. Redheads had come from all over the capital. See, the capo here, he has the magnetismo animal, eh? Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo. All those people wanted was the money, Peppino. The £4 per week.
Are you suggesting you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants?
Oui, that we did. Because every one of them paid us 5 shillings. We take their names, and we take the money, and we take their addresses as well. Then I tell them we take some days to let them know by post. El finito. Maybe 2 minutes a person. We start early in the morning, we stop late at the night. So you earned 5,000 shillings in one day. Who'd have thought there were 1,000 gullible redheads in London to start with? One of whom was a great detective.
Hold it!
Oh my god! Okay, that's not it. Okay. Oh. Right? This wasn't it. Dunkirk! That's where they went! Holy, holy, whoa, 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 whoa! Hold up, I don't care about any of this. Oh my god. I'm so mad, dude. I hit load instead of save. Just laying on the advance button here. Why was the autosave so bad? This is upsetting. Okay, we made it. Oh, man. This is painful. Okay.
Hold it!
You gotta press here. Okay, we got it. Save. Oh my god, what a waste of time. Anyway.
Objection!
I'm a little ahead of myself.
Hold it! Hold it!
I don't recall the man in this photograph. We did this one. He doesn't look familiar, no. Okay. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. No, signore. I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think that this man was in the park. Capo? You didn't see a man like this, No, I don't remember him. And obviously he is dead now. Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Surely you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally, the red hair is very distinctive, but not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around, that it is an eyesore. That is not the line, Peppino. We do not remember him. We are sure of that fact. If there was a man with a red hair piece, but his mustache did not match the color, I do not think I could have forgotten him. I actually do like his fish and chips. I think... Do you remember a guy eating fish and chips there? They would probably say yes or no. I can certainly appreciate that knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember. What if I told you he was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating incessantly? Not really. I was only looking at the heads of the applicants, but this guy might. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and the smoked salmon. Or the spaghetti. Me, I love the spaghetti. Really, I had no idea. Tell them again what you said before, Peppino. Si, capo.
Hold it!
I guess I could tell them the profession. Maybe his name would shock them? Gregson? The man in the photograph is a Monsieur Gregson? Yes. Names, they are boring. I do not listen to any of them. Well, he wrote them down. It was not a real interview. It was just for a show. Why would I remember the names? That's right. This changes nothing, as we've said. Well...
Hold it!
But we only have your word. See, but what else can we do, huh? Oof, we are not having much of fun. First we are arrested and shown a horrible picture of a dead man. Aye, capo. No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds. You had to bring that up, eh? It's not fair. Aye, capo. We got nothing here. Okay. Let's talk about his profession. I can certainly appreciate What if I told you the man was a detective? The man in the photograph, a detective? Yes. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious. Oh?
Excuse me.
Excuse me, Mario. Something to add, Mr. DeRossi. Che? Si, I am always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark, by any chance? What the heck did he just say? Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You've said enough already. But why, capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am inspector from Scotland Yard. What? Huh? Good lord! Order. Explain this vote to us in your testimony, witness. It is simple. A man who was at the park said he wasn't... There was no such man. My day. What are you saying, capo? Have you forgotten, eh? I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park.
Basta, capo, basta. You beat me at the many things, but not two. The memory and the meals. Like I said, when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is a faster. But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up. No, I want to hear him. Ooh, the dual objection. Trop tard. The damage is done. Indeed it is, sir. Oui, there was a man who came to the park and said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. Because, to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true, it's true. The man who came was younger. His face was clean shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin was thinner. I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us proof. See, the capo here, he doesn't take no nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he had an identification. That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord? Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's out of the question. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? Clearly the papers were fake. Certo, capo, you are a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh? And what happened after he announced? He became very annoying. He said, you are under investigation. So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was a fantastico! Oh my god, we have them. He had it coming. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was. Okay, come on, let's look at the ID. Okay, open that bitch up. Let's go. Pop. It's a real? What the fuck? Why did he give it to them? What the fuck? I don't know,
Objection!
I wonder if I could ask you to examine it very closely, Miss Lestrade. Why, Miss Lestrade?
What is your intention here, counsel?
Is this a fake or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves. Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen. That is the boss's! No question about it! It can't be! As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Redheaded League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson carrying out an incognito investigation. Is that misspelled, enrollment, or can you spell enrollment with one L? Zut alors!
Order!
But if the boss had identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, he'd say. Could it be, then, that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Physically? What are you saying? Unable to. You're not suggesting. I love he does the stupid. Yes, it's quite possible he was killed before he had the chance to report the identification as stolen. No!
Order, order, order.
The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that?
What? I know nothing. I done nothing.
Pull yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dieu, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no?
Well, now I wish I had to return to Italia.
Stop crying, Peppino, please.
Otherwise, I...
Stop your whining and start talking.
Well, I believe this court... I know nothing.
Oh my god. But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. Okay, let's go.
Well...
For crying out loud. Okay. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept it. Oh no! Oh my! Now we're getting somewhere.
But no, see, no! It was not like a prison. He was a very comfortable and a calm and a happy. Aye, Capo?
It was never part of my plan, I swear it.
Oof. So you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date of the ferry wrong by one little day.
I do not think it was your fault, Peppino, I know it.
No, per favore, Capo, it's not fair.
How could he have been a real detective? What do you want me to cross-ex? Fucking...
Hold it!
Where's your secret hideout? No, you are right, but we couldn't be completely certain.
Hold it!
Okay, alright. Too scared? Why? Because why had he come to the park? We didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan.
And if that was the case, he would go straight to the police station to blow the whistle on us.
I think most people would agree it's you two who were up to no good.
Well...
See, you may be right. The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner. It is strange. The address, it startled me. Oh. He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. I asked him why he had said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. What the fuck was he doing?
We did.
Hold it!
That being this identification book here, correct?
See, that is the one.
What made you believe it was a forgery?
I never seen a real one, of course. But he was so suspicious, this man. Allora, I was thinking it must be falso, aye, Capo?
Oui, it is just as Peppino has said.
Together, they're hilarious brothers. We took the man captive.
All we did was shove him inside their locked room. Then we made preparations to transport all of the money. What do you mean by a little tussle? Boff, it was nothing. Just a minor incident.
The falso inspector, he was a real piece of the work, capo?
What happened?
Oof, it was a disaster. We give him a nice room, and what does he do? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilore.
Oh.
Zoot!
Who do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room. Oh.
Excuse me.
Hey, you Italian man?
Hey, me?
Something Mr. DeRosso said just seemed to make you, well, act even more strangely than usual. What was that about?
Cavolo, at times like this, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me, and I speak from personal experienza.
Personal experience? That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more.
The truth is, the night before we put the redheaded league plan into action, I was scared. I was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away.
It's a shame you didn't manage it.
But the capo here, he came after me like the turbine, and he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it.
That's enough now, Peppino. I can see him. You do, now!
Allora. Ecco, you see, it is still very visible.
The red ring. I said that's enough. Peppino's neck is nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word. No, put it in the testimony. Oh, it matters.
Aye, capo, you see? Everyone is interested in what I say,
Very well.
The colore.
Hold it.
Do you know who else had that bruise?
A big colore made from leather.
It is a souvenir from that time with a very strong chain. Put it around your friend's neck.
I'm sorry, I was so angry that he was leaving me alone.
Oh my god, he did. He had the ring around his neck. Well, we have a problem here. Because the guy we know with the ring around his neck is that stupid fuck with the big lip. And this guy does not have a ring around his neck.
Objection.
So the night before the body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito.
No, it was not like that. It was an invitation to stay. It was only...
However you describe it, there's one inconsistency. His neck's fine.
But that makes no sense. It was me who took the colore off the man in the morning, and I saw the red bruises on his neck just like I have.
Given that the mark is visible on the witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim, who was put into the collar more recently.
Indeed, this is most peculiar. But what do we tell you, huh? We say this from the beginning many times.
Oui, Peppino is right. The man in the photograph is someone different. I know who it is.
Order.
It would appear on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson. Well, if that's true, how do you explain the identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable someone could have stolen this item from the inspector. And we know the inspector had made a note about the Redhead League in his diary for the day, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely. Ugh. Equally, if they encountered an impostor, how did that person come to be in the possession of the real inspector's identification? Well, we can ask them. Who is it? Very tantalizing. It was an imposter. Of course it was an imposter. The sus imposter. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time. No. On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who was the man? See, that's right. We tell her the same story every time. The couple dragged him from the pillar to post with the dog colore. Mon Dio, Peppino, I was not so harsh as you say. So who was that the falso inspector, eh? Who was he? I can tell you. Clearly the defense has an idea about the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. Yeah, watch me. This fucking guy.
Take that!
Goodness me, isn't that...
One of the witnesses who was in the stand this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsays to passers-by. What on earth would a street seller be doing with the police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? See, this man is not for the redheaded league, eh? He's looking for the twisted lip league, no? Oh. It seems improbable, but one undeniable fact remains. He does have the bruise. The defense demands Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand.
Order, order! Bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witnesses back to the courtroom immediately!
Yeah, there he is.
Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him.
Now what's going on here, eh? I've always had this, me. It's a birthmark, innit? A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you. Something about an inspector again. But I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it? Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. DeRosso and Mr. DeRossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice? We are in a big trouble, eh, capo? The man was definitely not this man. I'm all alone in the world, me. I got no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me. Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this?
A brief cross-examination, very brief.
God, come on. Thank you, Susato, that you can read my mind.
Hold it!
So you say. There is no need to hurt your hands on the desk, monsieur. I've never before seen lips like this. Mon Dieu. This is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. Aye, they broke the mold when they made me. For the first time in my life. I feel lucky to have been born with red hair. Oui, c'est ça.
Hold it!
Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either. That is what I am saying. For some reason, it makes me want to eat, how does Fabian call it? An eclair. You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours either before. Likewise. No, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street, and I've never left. Oof, that is the problem, see. Something's going on here.
Hold it!
Never leave Fresno Street. So you'd heard of the Redhead League, had you? You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going on off in town. I sold that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got Sandwich to cough up for it. Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? But as you can see, my own hair's not got a hint of red in it. And in any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sliding off to some other part of town. No, sir, not likely.
Excuse me!
Mr. DeRusso. Oui? Can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's words now just lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something. To be the headquarters of the Redheaded League, yes. I visited an housing agent on Lime Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip with a housing agent? Oui. He had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms. But no, you're mistaken, chum. I've never left Fresno Street, me, like I said before. You're mistaking me for someone else, someone with the same face. No, the capo is right, I remember it too. He was paying the man with the banknotes. With notes? Like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So look at the name on the papers. No, this man, he lies. He telling you he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone. I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. Very well. I have an objection. I have a huge fucking objection. Good gracious! Do you similarly object? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Well, I never! In what capacity? Hugh Boone, the name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, all right. I suppose that might be the case, eh? So your real name is Hugh Boone. Well, just between us, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So yeah, I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse. And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads there last time. Eh? If either of us is a vulgar, it's not me. Sink again, Pippin. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss.
You will update your testimony to include this, Mr. Boone.
If I must. So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered has been under our noses all along, and he's a big guy with a big lip.
Hold it!
So you live in that room, presumably, do you? No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk. Then why would you want to rent it? Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. And how about the notice board? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have access to. Ah, no, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me. The desk and the chair and that. People generally don't carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room? Well, obviously, I've not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest. Well, I have something here for you. No kinfolk.
Objection!
Who's this? If you have no kinfolk... What is this? Who is this woman? Ah. I presume as you've been renting the room that this photograph belongs to you. Oh, well. Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. I don't know what you mean. I'm already ahead of the game on this. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on the case. Because it's simply not possible he impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could hide those unmissable features.
Objection!
But maybe these features are disguised as well.
Yes, counsel, what do you mean?
Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility his prominent lip is in itself part of an elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable one. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone?
Witness, are you still hiding the truth from this court?
That's a disguise, then. Underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's only one person he could be.
My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity.
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil.
Yeah! I don't recall that name, counsel. Who is Mr. Vigil?
It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Hairlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact. This is Ms. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two redheaded League men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying, because we'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now, just you hold on a minute. I don't have the what I'm talking about. Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, please! Clean him. Oui, my lord. Get him! Whoa! No, stop! Get off! Don't! Let's see him. I knew it! Well,
We are now seeing your true features, I presume.
Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face.
It would appear the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witness, tell the court. Have you seen this man before?
I don't believe it, but...
See? There is no question. This is the inspector we saw at the park.
On the day of the Redheaded League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. Rossi in the park, was you, disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why would you possibly become the future governor of the prison? What have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno?
Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. Not the bite of 10 years ago. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is... the other me. It's a name I invented.
Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here.
I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. As you say, it was 10 years ago that my employment at Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagement at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains you are the chief warder. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. The scene of the crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler and transform myself back into every evening at 5 to a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it. Why on earth didn't you just tell us this? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons, and without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead you decided to conceal your occupation. Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder.
Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of misbegotten employment.
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? It was some years after I'd invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day. I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. From that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. I was to impersonate the inspector. We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visitors excuse tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially. What is going on? But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if... well, if I end up a croaker. In time, he started to bring papers to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So in fact... yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Wow. We still don't know shit. Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case.
Huh? Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asogi.
My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed in another location on the day before his corpse was discovered at the hands of the two redheaded league men when they imprisoned the inspector. But no, that can't be. Stop. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day. It was me. Oh, goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for providing it. What? But, like, Van Zieks is cleared, right?
Order, order, order.
Hold it!
That wasn't me. Oh, Kazuma? Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma? It concerns... Uh-oh. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago. Is that the bite of 10 years ago? I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh! Answer me, man.
One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case?
Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. DS9 looking ass. Does the defense concur? Yes! I mean, I have to trust my friend here. Prosecutor Asogi, do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me, please. God, he moves so deliberately. I love how they've animated him. Very well. Then the defense has no objection.
I see. In that case, you will answer the question.
The truth is, I remember very little of that time.
You've forgotten?
I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. What? Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? 10 years is a long time, but to have forgotten the reason you left an important job, you're right. Not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily, which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface, and when they do, the fragile spirit may be crushed. But I really don't... Kazuma-sama.
But if it must be crushed, then so be it, because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another.
Right.
Do it.
Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that contradicts your version of events. It says that you were fired, not resigned.
Take that!
Yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of Chief Warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice. And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? It's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been a good reason. Clearly you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution you supervised was on 17th June 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. That's my birthday. As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier in the day, later reemerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. We had him in court the other week. The witness claims a moment after he saw the convict, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the chest, killing him instantly. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories that can explain what happened. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Mind crush! Mr. Vigil? Yes. The whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? Order. Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, your memories of the time have returned? My head. It's like some floodgate's been opened. The images, the screams, the papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Drebber. He rocked. Those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene. In Lowgate Cemetery at plot number 139. Blood, lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Are you suggesting a prison warder abetted this man's bid for freedom?
Yes. Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came into the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. I'm sorry, Daly. This is serious business. But oh no, he's Scottish, right? I cannot help you, no. As chief warder, you are responsible for overseeing the executions afore, eh? Well, it seems the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. Hey, Kangas, hope you had a good stream. You'd better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank, and the next thing I knew, The professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Oh my god. This is the craziest shit ever. Oh my god. Holy fuck.
With Mr. Vigil's collapse,
Voice acting!
proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zieks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Oh man. Perfect time to call it. Thank you all so much for sticking around to the very bitter end. I really appreciate it. we went a little longer than I had expected. I will be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be there or be square, you motherfuckers. I am going to throw you over to someone else. Let's see who's streaming. Oh my god. How's the volume? I still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. If you're watching on YouTube, the reason my voice is subdued today is because it's fucked. And it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Oh, hi, Iris. You were miles away! Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Yes. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When he came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he'd disappeared. Oh no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are many mysteries in the world that should perhaps never be solved. Huh? The construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What? The hell? Oh, okay. Okay. That is true. But that's what I like about Hurley, after all. So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand. Oh, okay. With barely a day to spare before the deadline. Will we have the blood gun with us? You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. You do? I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. Okay. So how'd it go in court this morning? Well, we don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it. Oh, goody. Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development too, Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed by Luke von Karma. If Gregson was murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent. What? Yeah, probably. That is curious. There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there? What's going on here? Why was the notice board covered in all these papers? I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this. All right, let's. And one more. Oh, Gregson's movements. Here we go. I never imagined I might have to be investigating the inspector's movements. Well, according to this entry in his diary... Right, the redheaded league. You mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the investor was investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, the inspector who went to investigate the redheaded league earlier that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil. You know what this sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Why would Gregson need an alibi? Something's going on here. Drugs! We should try to move away from food analogies. And let's talk about Mr. Vigil's condition. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right, to ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find the missing husband. Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? Do you know which one? Ah, it's Saint Sinners. Ooh, that's a weird name. But that's amazing, Runo. You found the lady's husband already. Well, that is true. Let's get our money. And 10 years ago, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. So when the convict escaped, he was held irresponsible and immediately dismissed. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had a secret job, paid by Gregson to be his stand-in. But why? I have no idea. None of us have any fucking clue. Hey, what? Come on. That means he has ties to the professor and Inspector Gregson, though. I miss Hottie Clinic. I was just thinking that. Bring back the pedophile doctor. Yeah, we gotta go. Oh, are you bringing the gun with you? If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will set them straight. The water pistol? It also shoots guns. Oh my god, it really does. Alright, bada bing. I want to look at this mask again because... Oh, nothing's changed. I love the tiny little 3D effects that are because it was on the 3DS and they had to justify it somehow. Let's go to prison. Prison, prison, prison. Lord Van Zieks is reading. Oh, don't worry, this is not real. He just doesn't want to talk to us. What do you Nipponese want? We've functionally cleared your name, asshole. Can you stop being racist? Wait, he's saying the same thing. Perhaps not. I apologize. Oh! So what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, Lord Van Zieks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. Why are you so happy? I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. I see. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you? I suppose. It's a retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Yeah, but you weren't really the Reaper, right? Oh, would you like to talk to me about that? You once told me you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper because it helped to reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day, and that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life. Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this, using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. Oh? It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Someone at Scotland. Wow, this is just like a 1-5. It's taken me many years, but I've finally identified the central figure. Oh! Gregson. Oh! I swear it's not pre-watched. No. No! Gregson, the Reaper. Okay, now we have to talk. So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member. Oh, I thought he was just a guy. I don't believe it. Are you saying that Gregsy, that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there? Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself? Oh! Great. He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi, which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. The assassin is, what's his name from the second game? Mr. Killer. I do have a name. Holy fuck. Okay, alright. It's Asogi, the professor. The woman... It's Susato. Assassin. I fucking love Ace Attorney, dude. It's so good. What? Shin? Oh, wait. Miss Asa Shin. The true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. It's her, but she's dead. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was the Reaper of the Bailey, but people have still been killed since. No, of course not. Yes. He's gonna say, no, don't tell them. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities, and I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Genshin Asogi, right. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. Ah! I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Are you sure about that? Why did that damned Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine. We're learning so much today. Keep talking, buddy. It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. We were taking some back shots. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! We were surrounded. Oh my god, I didn't know the professor looked like that. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zieks, alright, we got him. I could hear them murmuring. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come... If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice, a whisper in my ear. Bang! And he sliced the bullet in half with his sword. Oh no. Oh my god. He stopped the bullet with his hand. 2 days later, they arrested him on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer, the Professor. How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. That sucks. Whoops. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thanks for telling me. Something's going on here. I wonder how intimately related they are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. I don't know. Chad, I keep getting a funny feeling about her father. I don't know. I imagine this isn't going to go well. Oh, so you hate men? Yeah. And Professor Miki Toba, I mean, that's a professor, like the professor. Okay, let's go. Father! But father, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely.
What a charming young lady. And you are... Really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes.
Hee hee. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew how bright she is, believe me. Okay, can we now talk about the mass murderer?
It was a truly exemplary performance.
Oh, thank you very much.
By Kazuma. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who... I love that the Susato family can just read minds.
Really?
You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so.
And really nice to hear.
What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday. I trust you haven't forgotten?
Oh no, you did mention something. But first...
Where's the judge?
Alright, let's talk. Let's talk about the Reaper. Father, do you know about the Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Lord Van Zieks, who was in the dock today. That was Barrack, the younger brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe.
Yes, that's right. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him. It was somebody else.
I see. So what you're saying is there's a professional killer at work.
Exactly. Someone by the name of Asa Shin, in fact.
I beg your pardon? Did you say Asa Shin?
Giselle Brett. Oh, fuck, yeah. A friend of yours was killed? Why did we bring Iris to this? Professor Miki Toba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now.
Because this is her fucking father.
Iris, please go over there. Ah! I've just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
Was rather out of the blue.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris?
No. So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she?
Yes.
And she's the author of the... Yeah. It's Dr. John H. Wilson.
I know. That's the name of her father.
Her father? Oh, that's why they're doing the biscuits shit. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago.
But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett.
Iris knows nothing about that case, so don't fucking talk about it. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner.
It could have been another Dr. Wilson.
Well, John and Wilson are both common names. Still, it's probably best to not mention this to the young lady till we can be sure.
Yes, that's why we lured her away. We're back! Really? Already? Yes! Okay. Let's talk about Judge Chico. Where is he?
Guilty! Ha 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 ha! He was having fun. No, now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the great exhibition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jiku having once been in the dock himself.
Ah, yes. It was all tied up with that accursed trial. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify, but he got a little carried away and managed to break the witness stand. He said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged in 1984. Oh dear. Although, you know, he could pretty easily do that. Well, it was all right in the end. He was acquitted and we returned to Japan. Thank goodness. Ah, yes. Talking of Seishiro, I have a copy of the photograph we took yesterday. Here. Okay. Why do we have this? Okay. Let's talk about the favor. Don't like that it went into the record. That's where I am. So, you mentioned a favor. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan.
What's the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
You mean...
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact.
But I've not even been in London a year yet.
I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talent. And having you seen in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
So you'd be leaving then? But then, what am I supposed to do?
Come with us.
Oh, right. I guess she could just be... Oh. Well... I don't know. I kind of thought that, you know, whatever. No big deal.
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, a hope if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is you consider it.
Yes, alright.
You won't leave, will you, Runo? I don't know. Japan needs a single defense lawyer. Ugh.
I have a feeling the decision will be made for us by the end of this one, though. Okay, bye. Sorry I keep doing this. I'm really fucked in terms of being sick. Bum, 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 bum. I wonder if there's sheet music for this. I'd love to play this on cello. Ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all this. Yes, no doubt. What the fuck are you doing here, boy? Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all. No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It's a matter of much urgency. To Japan? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who? Susato can do it. My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow. Sorry?
There's not a moment to lose. Ask your trusty unshaven father that this is sent.
I will, but what is it?
Put it in the record.
All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry. Doesn't that imply that you're deducting?
Now then!
You may be surprised to learn that I'm a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. I leave the sending of this in your hands, then, my dear fellows. Bye. Okay, bye. How we don't even get to look at the fucking thing. Alright, let's go see Mr. Vigil. Ugh, he is dreary. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? No. Mr. Vigil, you're leaning on nothing. The prosecutor was here until just a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Oh! He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please don't think like that. How does he do that? Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt, but that's not the worst of it. How's he... Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident as all. He compensated me so generously for acting as a stand-in. He was concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. Oh. Boy, it sure would be helpful if he was alive. It wasn't me that helped the professor escape. It wasn't. I swear it. I swear it's true. Okay, that's interesting news. Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more, but if possible, could you tell us what happened? I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Okay, let's talk. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that you'd pretend to be the inspector and carrying out the investigations on his behalf. Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. It's establishing the alibi concept is, getting a little more likely. He asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Redheaded League event. So as usual, I flashed my inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Yes. So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's ID and being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands, but the following day they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector, but at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was at midnight on June 17th. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. The coffins. Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for burial in Lowgate. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word the convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork, having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason, the coffin was already nailed shut. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assume my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. The living professor. I'm afraid I really don't know. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Obviously you knew the man then. The professor? Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned... Is this the professor's thing? Condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. He was a killer of many men, but always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day, "Those 5 members of the aristocracy, were you responsible?" I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual. The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Okay, let's talk about it. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. As soon as he noticed me, he shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to the incarceration. Even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him with one exception. He'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but he was a guest in our country. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be uncomfortable. And what was the exception? He wasn't permitted to have writing materials, specifically no pens or paper. So. Yes, that was the long and the short of it. I have no idea where he obtained them. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please, please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet. All right, but what's on the paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Interesting. Bum 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 bum. It disappeared. That's right. No, I didn't search through them myself. Governor Caden was livid. That doesn't make sense, though, does it? How would he know about it? We understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. How did the prison governor know to look for it? I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... Oh. Really? The Asogi Papers. What are the Asogi Papers? No. Although we hope that Evie will give us some money. Don't be, please. This was my own doing. Well, I wish you well. Bye. Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yeah. Okay, sure. The Asogi Papers. I'd be very grateful if you make no mention of the things I told you about them. Oh. Interesting. I don't know if I want to talk to that asshole again. Give me the crutches. Pum, ba-da-pum, pum. Oh, hey, dude. Ugh, back again, are ya? Yes. I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now, donkey. You found him, eh, Vigil? Yes. Well, anywho, the laddie dunna work here no more, so your case is not to do with Barclay. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that. Yeah. Aye, Kimmer. You can very well. So how about the wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. Yeah, let's have one. So, what's brought you down here today? Well, we'd like to ask you about something else. Is that so? He literally just asked us not to do this. He literally just asked us not to do this. We said, of course. Of course, sir. I wouldn't dream of it. First person. Did I not say Gregson's death is not to do with things that might have happened at Barclay? Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not foot about with our irrelevant details. Interesting. Talk to him. They were Barclay's darkest hour, aye. A shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator. Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man before his execution, Courtney Scythe, and my chief warder, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it. The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs? Oh, of course. He was so despairing he jumped out of the office, didn't he? I didn't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Huh. Of course, I kinda should know responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anyone that kens what went on at the time now, with Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors. Weird. Well, we're not going home empty-handed. And I wouldn't dream of sending you packing without, Kimmer. Here, take a handcuff or two. Oh, well, okay. I suppose if there's anyone who might still ken about what happened back then, it'd be that last from the forensic division. Maria Gorey. Oh yeah, that weird lady. Oh, I remember her. Strange woman. Guess let's talk about her. So she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gorey. There's some family history, I'm sure, but I didn't ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mam working with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances and decided to do the same with her own life. I cannot understand it myself. But perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother. Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Okay. Well, we might as well bother her. Someone told me once the wee lassie always loved her mam's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumor she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Weird freak. I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. Alright. Oh, thank you. I'm no happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you not gee up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry, I'm gonna. Can you just not stay away? No, leave me alone and didn't come back here, eh? Well, I have to ask you about the fucking papers. How'd you come to ken about that, laddie? There's no many folk even here in the prison who've heard of those papers. We're really good at our job. We've been led to believe the papers are last will and testament, is that right? The professors, the Genshin Asogis. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh. Oh, hey. But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell. Havers no, you're off half-cocked there. You didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Let me just have a wee look around in here. I'm sure I can find it. Oh my fucking god, he's got it? Aye, here you are. See? Oh my god. Of course, I cannot read a word of those Japanese squiggles. But I mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland. Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Asogi papers. Aye, of course they are. That's your lot. After all the stramish of that slayster of an execution, we sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it. I'm gonna read this fucking thing. Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I'd prefer if you didn't make no mention of them outside this office. Or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government. Fucking hell. Are we going to commit another fucking national incident in court? I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land in the knowledge I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Interesting. And now we go to Lord Chief Justice Strongheart's office, and we tell him that we have the Asogi papers. Perfectly. Oh, hey, Kazuma.
On your way now, Asogi.
My lord. Kazuma. And he's gone. Yes, what are you doing here? I was hoping to ask you some questions. I wanted Van Zieks' trial concluded today, but Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds, 42, 43. Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed. What do you know about the Asogi papers? Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zieks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zieks made a name for himself among the judiciary, but the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted thanks to all the jurors being under duress. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted 3 days. Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And people believed Lord Van Zieks was responsible? He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hands of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences. And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Precisely. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So at the last one, it was the professors? Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial. Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zieks condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma, I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog out of step with the others. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. Not something with which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Okay. Bring out the watch? Yep. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. And I hold you entirely responsible. I wonder if you might agree to us talking with Prosecutor Asogi. Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. He is right. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. Thank you. Alright, let's get to the fucking bottom of this. Prosecutor Asogi, huh? Kazuma, what the fuck is going on? Oh, hello. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, thank you. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisioned it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London, about how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once along with Judge Jigoku, and about what happened with your father. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke. Here we go. Finally. It's getting on for a year now, since what happened at the SS Burya. We were heading across the ocean from Japan to Great Britain, when a bizarre series of unfortunate events fucked me up. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up to the deck. Were you suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was a voice in my head. You have something to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port. Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling this was my last chance. I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city so I could plan my journey to Great Britain. Let's talk about it. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me, the sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realized I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. Oh, how terrifying. Luckily, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One, your knowledge of English. That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I arrived at Dover. Must have been some 3 months now. Jesus. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So how did you become Lord Van Zieks' apprentice? That could only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to the yard. And by sheer coincidence, Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather came into play. Your knowledge of the law? Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then, 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back. Yes, I did. Let's talk about Genshin. 16 years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was but a boy. We took a photograph together before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unwavering sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikitoba, your father, Susato-san. Oh my! Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He helped me find my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd told me. Oh, good. Then one day a letter arrived at our house from Britain. No indication of the sender, so I opened it. It was the last will and testament. Oh. Oh my. As a result of the letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. The letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. Whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary. He could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem. But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing? There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. Well, what did my father have to say about the letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. Because he deliberately concealed a truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. It couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Chikoku. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then laughed the letter off. But in the moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. Oh my god, Kazuma. Well, what's this fucking trial? What we learned today in court turned things completely on its head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe in myself, but it turns out Inspector Gregson was... It's clear the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Beric Van Zieks is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave. Oh my god, Kazuma's wrong. Oh my god, he's so stupid, he's wrong. Ultimately, it's the people who condemn people. The law is the tool they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Kazuma. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Oh, okay. He doesn't want to see his father's last will and testament, I guess. Are you sure we've asked everything we need to? I mean, not at all. What do we want to show him? The armband. Kazuma, this is your armband. Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry? You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. You've chosen to take that path in life. You keep hold of that. I don't know, man. Why can't I show him the last will? I feel like that's... Alright, let me fuck around here a little bit, I suppose. Okay, asshole. What the... It's a scale model of the crime scene. Oh, yes. Apparently so. How about this asshole? You know about Clint? You know about Clint? Why would I? What? Yes, apprentice, not friend. And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice the picture. This is the guy that... Okay, well. Hallowed barrels. Every week he takes them out. Sure. He's always moving barrels. The bats. Oh, there they go. Ah! Well, shit. What are we supposed to do? Ace Attorney memento. What about the hallowed chalices? This is the same one as last time. Shit. Well, we were supposed to look for one additional fucking thing here. A little piece of his watch. But it looks like we can't find it. This has probably changed because we now know it's a timer. Well, now we know why the photograph of Miss Vigil was here. We're supposed to give something to Asogi. I just don't know what. How about this? Nope. How about this? No. How about this photograph? The gun. Good idea, chat. Oh. Lord Van Zieks isn't responsible for your father's death. He's a defendant. Like the one my father had. It's a closed trial. The conditions are the same as they were 10 years ago. I have a plan to show the man for who he really is. Kazuma, you're going crazy. You're a crazy man. Oh, the autopsy report. You want to talk about this? Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom. The suggestion you came up with took everyone by surprise. To be honest, it bothered me too, so I paid a visit to the room. The coroner wasn't there, but I got a name. Dr. Gory. Yes, we have that as well. We'd very much like to speak with her as well. Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. It's behind Lowgate Cemetery. Oh my god. You know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama, you're going insane about this. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Okay, thank God. I want to thank you. What for? The sword. Yeah, no problem. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. Well, it's a famous sword. My only regret is I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Karuma, von Karuma, is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. Come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well, you chip off the old block. This blade is a symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. One of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Karuma. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side, which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now, too. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. Now, I have preparations to make. Kazuma, you've changed. You're insane now. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. Perhaps you're right. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zieks given what happened, but the fact is, those events in this case are unrelated? Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'll prove as much in court tomorrow by whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know what you have to do as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. Yeah, well, get fucked, asshole. Damn, I thought he had some billion IQ master plan, but it turns out it's just fucking petty vengeance. What a loser. This looks like some of your bedrooms. Well, what's with all the plushies? Last time we were here, it smelled like shit. What was that? Dr. Gory. Oh, I don't like this. I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly clean edge on them. Right. When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Yes. Then I think you'll do nicely. No. Maybe some other time. What a tut. Well, we came here to ask questions, so... Oh, what a weird lady. Yeah, let's ask the single question we came here for, which is, we've met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. You're not dead yet. What? So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that. Okay, good. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Huh. Maybe we have to show her something? The autopsy report, perhaps? Hey, how come you fucked this thing up? He was very good. Good. His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with. Okay, freaky. What's going on with the time of death? Oh! That's not my fault. Oh, okay. Please tell us what happened. This game is so stupid. So why do we not have a time of death here? I was told... Oh. Oh. Hold. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Dr. Gory. Give it here, then. There. You've written... indeterminate. Oh, I don't like the way this is going. What do you mean by that? Why is the death indeterminate? When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh, so the time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat, and that fish had started to rot. If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off. It's possible someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. I couldn't say for sure. But at most, it might have been a day earlier. That's that shit I'm saying! He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity. Oh, yes, one other thing. Your mother was responsible for confirming the death of the professor? The professor? Apparently you enjoyed listening to your mother's stories, so we were wondering if you might know something. It's not all Mama did. My mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks as well. Really? Okay. Well, that's how they got him, right? That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there. Okay, what's going on here? You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Zieks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab was instrumental in some of this country's most important events. I wonder if you'd tell us more about what happened. The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. But the execution didn't take place. No. And worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean because you omitted the time of death on the autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Just like Mama. I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too. Yes, that's my feeling as well. And maybe even the same asshole. There's no doubt there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. He told us he wasn't. So, of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks. It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as secondary assistant. We're learning so much today. What the fuck? Oh my god.
Yes! 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 Yes!
That's strange. They aren't here. Oh, fucking Von Karma followed us to the evidence chamber and took the fucking bullet. They must be. Did someone take them? No, no one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right, they're gone. Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? It was... Oh, yes, I remember now. 2 years ago. A consulting detective said he'd like to see the records. You don't mean... That motherfucker. Well, you know, I'm happy that he has them. The Hound of the Baskervilles. The manuscript. That's why we can't look at it. Oh, Iris knows too. Oh no, surely not. That can't be right, can it? Oh, she knows. Iris? Oh. Aruno, I hope you don't mind, but what is it? I've just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now. Oh. We'll come with you. Oh, no, no, there's no need. You and Runo can take your time here. Bye for now, then. Good luck. Wait a minute, little girl. I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too. Iris? Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry. I must dash. Wait, Iris. I'll brew up a pot for you when you get home. What the fuck is going on? Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer if you were ready for dissection. Weird. I mean, let's fucking go back to Sholmes. Oh, wait, we're supposed to go to Fresno? Okay. Ugh. Yeah, there is. What's this? Alright, Tobias Gregson. Oi, what do you think you're doing? Hi, Gina. It's my trunk, that is. Hands off. What are you hiding? I don't know. You leave something unattended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it. Gina, what is this thing? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where have you been the last year? Well, and there it goes. You mean the Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals what got off scot-free. Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Zieks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Well, then obviously it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, weren't it? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings? There was a notebook in his office. Oh, God. It had details about the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work. Holy shit. They wouldn't flaming let me, because I'm just an apprentice. But it was me who found it, and he was my boss. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Well, what did it say? So you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, didn't you? Well, I see it. It's my right to read what he wrote. And what he had written, Gino? Dates, times, places, names, and a long list of them. All details about the bludgers supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. It was a record of the inspector's investigations. Exactly, that's what I said. As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway. Oh yeah, but there was a name right at the end that was a bit odd. I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31 October. Oh, okay, day one back. It weren't like a name I've ever seen before. It's something like, nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Kazuma? Something else, too. The same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. No, I suppose it means anything, but... No, actually, this is a damning piece of evidence. Ugh, fuck. What does it mean, something? We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and all that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. Day before. Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cove what was pretending to be him, didn't you, Odo? Yep. Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I got my own ways of getting results. The dog! What do you think, eh? Of course we have. The Hound of the Baskervilles. The Hellhound. You know, we actually could get a stupid thing. We do, actually. Could you find the other half of this watch?
Take that!
Take that. Oh. Oh, alright. It's a fair cop, I suppose. There's a bit of a bloomer, ain't it? I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. Yeah. It weren't like that. It just weren't. What are you talking about? I know what's going through that head of yours, but ain't what happened, alright? What did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby have a whiff of the boss's overcoat, and as soon as I'd done that, he went off like a shot straight to the sandwich. No, the guy. He had it hidden between them wooden boards of his. The boss's trunk. Interesting. They started stealing. That guy sucks. I thought it might fetch a good price. Would you, Adam and Eve, the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog. Okay. Well, can we see it, please? I think there might be something in it that I need. Oh, or not. Why is Gina's accent more distinct? She's poor. What are you on about? I am the police. Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Okay, let's get in there. Oh, shut up, doggy. The doggy! The doggy has killed us. Ugh. Oh my god. Are you alright? Mrs. Otto. You! What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. I love her. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? We had no ice, so that's a compress of water. Don't worry, it's a first aid treatment my father taught me. Okay, thank you. Listen, hey, asshole. Did you steal? Did you steal something? Hee hee. Okay, well, firstly, let's check out this item. Can we open this? Oh my god, there's blood all over it. Oh. Oh, many items here. A passport. To France. Interesting. And then, of course, the blood. I want to talk to Hairlock. Get over here, fuckhead. Oh, no, dude, I wanna talk to you about what the fuck? Maybe we can go downstairs and talk to Iris about it. Iris. Talk to me, Iris. What's going on here?
Den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Hopfen deine Wut. Herr mit Knacker ich befahl, hat wie ein Diamant.
Yeah, that's not what I'm asking about. Iris? Okay, she won't talk to us. Who is this fucking guy? Iris, what the fuck is going on here? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize, but, what's going on? Oh, that didn't work. Oh, no. Don't make me stop here, baby. No, come on. We've been doing this for an hour and a half. Are we close to the trial? Does anyone know? It's just this? Alright. Yes, yes. It's time for gay sex. Here we go. The game is afoot. Man's identity. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. He's a German with no grasp of English, as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his inability to understand when asked to desist. So why is he here at all and in such high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is known to you. We need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is the herbal tea. You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirits soar and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. Now to the next question. Who is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now... Oh. He also arrived in my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigmund von Ormstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. There could be no question. Okay, this is, not close. So, the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. His son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. Nope. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. You, young Iris. But your apparent inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside this knapsack. A 5-pound note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. And now the final piece of the puzzle. What is the secret you strive to hide with your silence? Ah, yes. We need only follow that brief, involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks, which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Perfect. No notes. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot modend wie ein Feuerwerk.
Alright. It takes two to have gay sex. Let's make it happen. Ah. One other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Well, I read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing, and it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotts the Prince testified to it in court. In his words, I've come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's time to slip it in. Yes. Okay. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. He's a German with no grasp of the English language, as evidenced by the Germanic song. Why is the man here at all? The answer, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of the mystery. No, that's not right. Yeah, he's like... I would say probably the phonograph. Wait, this is a gramophone. Sound is coming from the horn.
Take that!
Take that. His penis. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear the fellow is unconscious. Can we turn off the fucking? Thank you. Ah. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo, why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who is the gentleman? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. In order to conceal his identity, he arrived in a mask. This is wrong. Nope. Although we've already established it was the King of Bohemia. The Prince was wearing a mask. Master Gotts. Remind me. Anyone else? It's Kazuma. Where the fuck is Kazuma? Hello? Kazuma? There he is.
Take that!
Yes, there can be no question the mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days, though it doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But he's unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, lift the mask, and peer beneath it. I have no idea who this is. It's John Will. No, it's Miki Toba? What is Miki Toba doing here? That's in the... Okay. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparent inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. It's a threesome? The reason for your muteness is concealed inside the knapsack. I don't like that. So, that's a £5 note? I don't think so. Let's look around. Well, there's the coffee cup. I don't think it's that, though. What is Iris looking at? I don't know. What is she looking at? It's not the knapsack. I can't even find anything else she could be looking at. Oh. The chest is open.
Take that!
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest. An excellent observation. Upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris, but it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open the chest. Here we go. No! Hurley, don't! Ah. Well, okay. He's dead. I told you not to open it. Oh, we're still going. So, you found your voice now, Iris. Ah. In other words, what happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... Ooh, this is weird. Ugh. Oh, ew. It's like I'm jerking off. Alright, let's see what's going on. Oh, she has the key. Let's present it.
Take that!
Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is the key behind your back. When Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air... Just before you called out to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key in your hands. No doubt the key to the chest. You're so clever, Runo! So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here. But... Professor Mikitoba opened the metal chest to be punched into the air and land sprawled on the settee. But wait! That doesn't explain all the facts. Yeah! What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask? Placed by Iris afterwards. Clearly an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikitoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside, the mask was flung into the air just as he was, to land neatly on his face when it fell down. The teacup ended when it caught on the finger. You mean to say the stylish scarf is just a tablecloth? She's like, I gotta be a part of this. Would you expect anything less? You're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runo. thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. Straight sex after all this time. So then why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all? Oh, he's up. He's up. An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you missed everything of importance. Oh my god, I knew that heterosexuality wasn't the answer. If you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, you're hiding a great secret. She is? So I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with the coffee cup. No, 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 no. Really is a shame about the cup. I don't know what the fuck she's trying to get out of here with. Key? The knapsack? What the fuck is that?
Take that!
You were attempting... This is so good. To abscond with a case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. Oh no. We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today, and Dr. Gorey informed us the autopsy report had gone missing. Clint Van Zieks, I do seem to recall that some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean, it was you? Those papers are... I'm sorry. Forgive me! I feel bad, but, I guess we should, wrap it up. Elementary? Oh, you're not gonna put Susato in here? She helped. I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest, but it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Hairlock Sholmes. I'm sorry, Hurley. So you mean this autopsy report really is... Yes, I took it from the lab. Was there something in it that troubled you? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. I knew it was Daddy's. The writing? Your father's writing. Iris? Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Oh, right, there's a man over there. Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo, would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? Sure, yeah. No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris's brew to stew. Iris, what's going on? I'm sure I told you before, my daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, we know that. That's right, Hurley told me, you see. He said the daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I built up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. I read Daddy was a professor of medical science. I studied and took my degree, too. Well, you're 10. I guess she's 11 now. But there was one thing I could never find out. His name. Ah. I see. Oh, no. When When I saw the writing, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself, because it was the same as the ones you'd seen in the case notes. Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I was told I couldn't take the report away. I was told it was the first and last time we'd even be allowed to look in there. So you stole it. When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. And the signature read Dr. John H. Wilson. That's how I found out. I learned Daddy's name at last. I see. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. That's when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories about his exciting times with Hurley. I decided there and then I'd write the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, Iris. Okay, you know, I get it's important, but, like, let's read it. Hurley? I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret. I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report. Up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. Let's not be too careless here. A duel. Whoa. Whoa. We're learning much here. What? It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's. Because I know this writing very well. This writing is my father's. Indeed, it's true. And now you know, my dear fellows. No! This autopsy report was penned by Professor Miki Toba. But that makes no sense. It's not possible. Not possible? My dear fellow, pray take a deep breath and think again. Yes, you're right. In some ways, it did actually make a great deal of sense. It does? 10 years ago is when my father returned from Britain. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Miki Toba engaged? Yes, he was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document. In other words, the only writing on Dr. Wilson's is the report is his signature at the end. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Very understandable, of course. But that's true. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. What about the partner? Is he real? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could truly have called a friend. And did this partner truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that chest? Absolutely, my dear madam, absolutely. So where's your partner now? We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world.
Yeah, right? Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say, allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Miki Toba. What? Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson? No, 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 dear. I'm still my old self, Yujin Mikitoba, your father. Of course. I must say, though, how my old friend attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Pray remind me, what was it again, Mikitoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Ah, yes, quite. 16 years ago. I just arrived from Japan with Seshiro and Genshin. How old are these motherfuckers? Oh, he's actually not that old. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided I need someone to share lodgings at an expense. I was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain. And the situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, using. Hard to believe it was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. 6 years. The professor case. After the trial, Seshiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising given the circumstances. So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. Oh my god. Father, as your daughter, I'm very proud to learn you were the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery I must ask you to explain now. And that is? You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. I got Sherlock Holmes Mpreg. Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in the metal chest were written by her father. That is indeed what I told young Iris. But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner and you wrote the case notes, Iris's father is you! Ah! Upon my word, Miss Susato, you are coming along wonderfully as well! You finally grasped the art of deduction. What you've always told me, Father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. You left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain. I've accepted that. But all this about Iris... Now, hold on a minute. It was very complicated. It's really not what you think. Then perhaps you'd like to explain what... Oh no, he's gonna get rotated! Oh! That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Sholmes, you're... While I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikitoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go? Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So get your code, Mikitoba. The game is afoot. But Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. I visit our home after 10 long years. When I open the chest in a fit of nostalgia, I inexplicably pass out. As if that wasn't enough, when I regain consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all this. Father, please. Go with Mr. Sholmes. Holy shit. I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you, completely. Susato. And sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams. Very well, then. So,
I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow.
Yes, Naruhodo. Good luck in battle.
Oh, fuck.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to
VA.
do with myself.
So, were these rushed or something? Why is there not VA after all of them?
It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth. And that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
Resolve! And? What the fuck do you mean, and? And? Wait! There's no second day of the trial? That's the end? Oh my fucking god, it just immediately plunges you into chapter 5. Fuck me, dude. This game is so goddamn good.